What a kawaii morning. Oh my god. Off. What are we doing today? Still working on making the game work in all resolutions. Did have a big breakthrough yesterday, even though it didn't work that much. Right, we need to fix this. It's incorrect there. Also incorrect. It's tricky. Things are tricky. Why do things have to be so tricky? Can't they just be easy? This is completely fucked up even in 1080p now. What if we restart it in 1080p? It's still fucked up. Yeah. This is somehow based on the mouse and it's getting giga multiplied in a way that it shouldn't. Is this even something that should be there? Mouse scroll speed? What the fuck? I don't think that should be a thing. I think it's set to 1 regardless. Let's look at the camera. 0.5. 0.5? It's a fucking thing. It's a thing. It's 0.5. No, it's correct. I'm still very confused about everything in Unity lagging behind. I don't know how much of that is just the inspector. I wonder if we can build. Oh, are you adding a bunch of fucking things automatically for me that break the build system? I'm so happy that you're doing that. What is it even adding? Unity editor progress? Like, shit is so retarded. Scene management? Fuck off. Oh, they don't get placed. Because it counted as a wall or something. I don't understand why I can't place units here. It might not... No, I don't know. It's super weird. Be right back. That's really loud music, by the way. Damn. Let's pull this down. Alright, we got some coffee. That's bad. So now, is that broken always? Here I can place units. But here I can't. Index was out of range. The fuck? That's so weird. I wonder if there's something that's not initialized. I mean, it doesn't say. Check structures. I think there might be something. The buildings, the lists aren't properly dealt with. However, everything that has to do with a list should be precursored with some checks. I don't feel like fucking with this. This is not the issue that I care about right now. Let's go back to... Mouse origin equals input.mouse position. So, what did we learn? So, it's the picker right now that we're worried about. So, For the picker, we set a mouse origin. Then okay, hold on. This is for the dragger. And okay, this is the important part. This is the important part. What if we remove the scale factor here? And it's still off, but it's less off. Still wrong in full HD. It works here. Dragging doesn't work, but the right clicking works. In 960 times 540. The tile position, this is where... This is the offset, in reality. It should be called offset. Okay, let's try it. Vector 2 mouse position equals input, well, input dot mouse position. And then we say mouse position times equals new vector 2 1f 540 divided by float green dot height, then mouse post dot x divided equals by the reference ratio hot coffee. But the mouse origin, well, we just need to get the first click to work first and foremost. Which it clearly doesn't. What? Here we've got the tile origin. Let's see here. Mouse origin. This should be mouse position. I think that was the main issue there. What is it doing here? This makes no sense. If I right click here, get the mouse position. It's 10, 1, 3, 4. And then temp vector is 0.12 minus 6. Which is obviously very incorrect. I think we should just do this. Let's see what we can do here. Now it goes all the way up, 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 up. It works better now. It's just that it's feeds off. I'm gonna try doing this. Let's not set picker active to true. Then we don't even get a selection. Okay. Now nothing happens. So it actually relies on this to do the drawing. Okay. So what I was doing might not have been the issue at all. So let's bring this back. Perhaps. Well, not exactly. Let's start with 0.5 F here. Now it doesn't do anything till we get here. The dragging is actually quite accurate. However, it's not accurate where it happens. No, it's not accurate at all. Not correct. Here it's more correct. Now how do we fix the original offset? It's the temp vector that's wrong. But see, we're subtracting the position, right? And the position also has to be multiplied down. It's just that simple. Now it works in 1080, but that's because this here is just incorrect. Because we have like the position, and what it needs is it needs to do this, right? But what this should look like is it should look more like this, like vector to scale modifier equals new vector 2, and then it should be because you see here we are multiplying it, but here we're dividing. Can I multiply this? Can I just flip these and then multiply instead? Let's see. So let's say we have the reference ratio, so it's going to be 920 divided by 540 equals and then we have 920 divided by 690. Then I'm dividing 1.703 by 1.333. No, hold on. Hold on, hold the phone. I know that is what we're doing. I thought we got different values last time, though. Yeah. I remember getting something like that. Hmm? Hmm. This is extremely correct right now, I think. But if we do the same thing here, times equals yeah, that seems to be right. Yeah. All right, so we can do it that way. Then we can just pop this in here instead. And what I want to do here is I want the reference ratio to be changed to main controller dot resolution, base resolution of X. And then we're gonna go back here, and here though, instead of doing this right here, we're gonna do, let's just grab it here. We're gonna do this. Vector 2. What scale modifier. Editor tilesets scroller doesn't have access to the main controller. Oh no, it's called the level editor. That. But this should be a static. Let's just do it like this. And then here we have the scale modifier there. That way we can just do this. Multiply the mouse position by the scale modifier. And then we can say vector 2 modified rect. Let's actually make this a vector 4 modified rect equals new vector 4 rect trans dot position dot x rect trans dot position dot y rect trans dot rect dot width rect trans dot rect dot height. And then we modified multiply that by a new vector 4 scale modifier dot x scale modifier dot y scale modifier dot x scale modifier dot y. Oh yeah, you have to do modified rect equals vector 4 dot scale. Oh, it's so retarded. You know what? Nah, fuck it. Vector 4 dot scale modified rect and that. And then we replace all of these. Position is x, and width is dot w. No, it's dot z. Position w. And it's still a little bit difficult because we have to figure out all the places that need a modified value. But here, for example, we have rect trans dot position. But I think you can cast a vector 4 to a vector 2 to get the first two. I really, really like the swiveling that you can do in the shader coding, where you can just type .xy or .yx or .xx or .xyx or .xyz or whatever, and you just get those variables. I really wish the normal coding had that. I wonder how hard that is to implement yourself. Whizzle, is that what it's called? Whistling. Guys trying to implement it in C#. Oh, you can actually do it? Kind of interesting. Dynamic object. Not gonna do it now, but it could be cool. They have something called a dynamic. Oh, my ass hurts so much. Oh, losing weight is the worst thing that ever happened to me. Oh, I want to be fat again. Oh my god. Am I actually using dot normalized here, or did I just add that by accident somehow? That looks retarded. Why would I do that? That doesn't make any sense. It's kind of interesting. Now when I right click here, it gives me an incorrect starting value, but it doesn't start actually incrementing until I get to the right value. So we're really close. We just need to get it to start in the right place now. The question is, where is that issue? Here we have some things here. We have to do the exact same thing down there. There. And now we have to change this to that. Is that it? Yes. Now this is wrong. But this is correct. Actually works. Oh, if we switch it to 1080, it still works. All right, that's good. That's great. This not so much. Uh, it does glitch here somehow, but that doesn't surprise me. We're doing it in a very strange way, but um. For now, that's good enough. Mouse origin. Hmm. And note that you can multiply two vectors together, but you can't multiply two, or you can multiply two vector 2's together, but you can't multiply two vector 4's together because they were too lazy to do that. There's so many times when you Google and you read threads and stuff where they're like, there's like no reason to use the vector 4. There's no reason to use the vector 4. I can't think of a single scenario where you would need to use the vector 4. I've seen that comment so many times. And I don't understand how you can't see one scenario where it's useful. Some programmers are just like that. It's so weird. And some songs are just so low. Really hard to have a good volume here. So I was actually using the normalize for like a real reason? Oh, weird. Mouse origin. Mouse origin is set as what? No reason to do this. Oh, drag. Yeah, that makes a bit more sense. It's still way too fast, however. But we do have a speed multiplier here somewhere. Speed mult 4. 2. Why there is this Garfield image? Because I hate Mondays. No, I'm not using asset packages at all. Right now I'm just reworking things to work in different resolutions. It's super annoying. Somehow I broke the camera. I fixed it and then it worked and then it's broken again. Why is it broken? Is it wrong? Like, take a look. Because if the camera is wrong, then everything else is probably wrong too. I just put them in the wrong order. Oh, I had flipped them, and then I flipped them again, because I forgot that I had flipped them. Do you have a public repo? No. It's not open source. Now it's too slow. Wait, what the fuck? It worked before. No, I'm doing kind of the same thing that Canvas .scale factor was doing, but wait, hold on. Oh, that could be it. Yeah. I swapped out my I'm creating some ratios here, but I swapped out my floats for a vector to int, so that's why. Okay, so vector to base res equals LOT static variables dot base res f32 And then we replace this with that. And then we see if it works. No! Cool. The maybe I flipped them again. Maybe they were supposed to be the way they were. Yes. Now it works. Whee! Alright, there we go. Well, that's good. I was kind of worried there for a second. Now that works. And if we switch to 1080p, it works. How are the shadows working? Let's see if it works in a way where I can actually show you. I'm not sure I can. I think it's broken. But we can try. Yeah, no. So the things are broken right now. Clearly things are broken. But I can still kind of show you the concept. You see the shadow works correctly. It's just the rendering of the sprite that is broken, right? So if I place a unit here, there's now a shadow that represents the character. And if we place a torch here somewhere too, then we have a torch, right? And if we then go into here and change the time of day, you can see the shadows fall differently here now. If we change it to night, now you have a... I wonder if I can select the torch. Yeah, I can. So now we have a torch here, and these units are standing here casting shadows. And if you move the torch up in the... my Z-axis is up into the air, because it started as just 2D, XY, and then I added Z. So it's a little bit different from like 3D stuff. And then you can see her sprite is falling on the ground there, and I can make her sprite fall on the building over there as well. And you can see it distorts, so it goes up against the wall instead of just like falling like it's falling on the ground. And we then select her there, and go inside the buildings to go behind here inside this building, and we find the torch, and you can see you can light inside the building here. Torch can go into the building, and the light works in here. We can go outside. This torch can go into this building here, down here, come out here. So there are some bugs here, but it's fairly complex. The lighting took a long time. But I've written the entire rendering engine from scratch. It's actually a ray marching engine. And the entire game is actually 3D. It's a voxel renderer, so that's how I can cast light like that. Because the entire game is built with the voxels, just like Minecraft or something. So all I'm doing is I'm ray marching. That's it. Like, it's super expensive. The game runs pretty poorly on my 1060, but it's not properly optimized yet. It runs at like 200 FPS, which is obviously not bad, but it's also not good. So yeah, we're not aiming for handhelds. No, I do keep it in mind. I do keep tablets at least in mind, but I'm not sure it'll work. It might though, by the time we release. So the way it works is that as I said, the world is voxel based, so I'm ray tracing from the top of the world down through the pixel, so it goes through all the geometry until it finds something, right? And then it sees, is this thing transparent? Yes, no. If it's transparent, then it saves the color and it keeps going, and then it combines it with all of the colors that it finds after that. And the first time it renders, it also saves the first thing it found and writes a depth map so that it knows where to start rendering from next time, because the geometry doesn't change, and if the geometry changes, I can just tell it that the geometry has changed, and then it just runs poorly for literally one frame, and then it updates its own depth map, right? And then once I find, or every single time that I find a pixel, you know, they can be transparent, but usually it's like one transparent tile or block that it finds. And then it has to ray trace against all the lights, all the, you know, figure out the shadows and everything. But I have a lot of acceleration structures to make it run better and make it have to check less objects and stuff. Hello Soda, how's it going? And then checking the objects is kind of a pain in the ass, because every object has to write itself to a 3D texture before the rendering happens. Because the world, when we render the world, it has to know where all the objects are, what their current animation state, or literally what their current sprite is, and all of that beforehand. Because otherwise it can't properly ray trace the shadows. So I have to pre-write that to a 3D texture, and then I have to write each object's index to a buffer, and then I can check, like, I can find the index of the object, and then I check its position in another buffer. Then it can ray trace and check against that object's sprite using the, you know, the position and where the ray is currently. And it's all fairly tedious, but it works. In reality, the rendering is pretty much done. It has some small things that needs to be changed, but there are a couple of question marks that are like, this can be a bit of an issue in the future. For example, if you have a big unit that's standing vertically, then ray tracing against the sprite makes much less sense now. Because if you ray trace against the sprite, you will only get shadows from at the bottom of the sprite, right? So I'm a little bit unsure how that'll actually end up working. And like I might have to end up I might end up having to make like shadow like depth maps for each sprite that's big, so that it can displace where the shadows start and stuff like that. And there are similar issues for the tiles. Like if we're casting a shadow on a block from the side, it only has a front, so it doesn't actually have a shape other than just being a full square from the side. So if we need something to have more of a real shape from the side, again, I would have to make some kind of shadow map for it from the side, so that there's something for it to cast against. And so there are some potentially tedious issues that I might have to figure out how to deal with. Probably will have to figure out how to deal with, but I do think it's solvable. So I'll deal with that when we get there. Now, is this done? Right now, I'm fixing the. I'm making the game work on other resolutions, because it only works on 1080p, and that's why everything is broken. Because I've changed a bunch of things, trying to make things work. So right now, I've been working on fixing the UI of the level editor to work on different, no, not the inspector game, on different resolutions. I think like most of the UI here works fine now. This doesn't work. Well, no, it does. It does work. These work. That button works. This works. That works. Yeah. But now you can see here, if we select something here, and we mouse over here, it doesn't work here. So it's all giga displaced. And even if we switch to 1080p, no, in 1080p it works. Alright. I think that's gonna be the mouse. Let's see. Editor. File window, editor. I don't think it's open. Editor pencil tool. Here. Mouse position is going to need alterations here. But with some luck, we only have to do mouse position. Mouse position equals controller.getMouseTilePosition. Yeah, that's not the right one. You're getting this from the level editor. It's here. Using the scaled pixel width. Mouse position divided by resolution divided by base resolution. Is it that simple? Had an X where there was supposed to be a Y? It's not that simple. Don't know if this has to be... if this is what needs to be scaled. But does that make any sense? Don't really think so. Let's see here. that gonna make sense? Or is this gonna ruin everything? That's the question. That is the question. Seems to be neither. Neither is the case. It's still like Giga Offset. And here it works. Okay. That's interesting. It has to do with this. Because I'm using the offset, or I'm using the current scaled pixel width of the camera to offset, right? But this only works for .1080p. Because we're using scaled pixel width divided by 4, and what that means is that we are using the width of the screen, which is 1920, then we're dividing it by 2 to get half of the screen, and then we're dividing it again because the actual resolution of the game is 960. So that's why this is busted. So this should actually be shouldn't this just always be base res dot x divided by 2? I think that's more correct. This works in 1080p. Doesn't work in free aspect. The question is, does this have to be... Does the local position of the camera... Does that have to be modified? I don't know if that makes sense. But it might not be... This might not be all. So let's continue looking over here. I don't remember where I put it. Pin that. Got the line tool there. There, the pencil tool. It gets the mouse position, right? And then it gets the mouse origin in the same manner. I don't think it's actually handled here. Is it? No. You don't know? What the fuck? Fired. I think it's actually handled in here. See shader. It could simply be this. That the adjusted mouse position is wrong here. That could be all there is to it. Adjusted mouse is mouse tile point, and that's get mouse tile position. And that looks like this. Yeah, it's here. Because this, even though this script isn't part of the level editor, this is the script that renders the world. And so the level editor, it's really only setting some variables, and then this uses that. So it's setting the size of the mouse, or it's setting the size of the square that's being drawn when you have selected some tiles and then you have the pencil tool there. So this is the source of the problem. Meaning we have to do this here as well. Let's see. Vector 2 mouse position equals Input dot mouse position. Now, where did we do this thing? We did it in camera, I guess. No. We're doing it in here. I just want this. We don't need this rect. Think. But basically, we have a mouse position here. And replace all of this. I mean, it still looks like dog shit. There's so much repetition. But it does look better, yeah, for sure. But then this was also different. In the level editor, we did this. Yeah, I absolutely do. It's just that half the time when you don't know what you're doing, worrying about that kind of shit just it's just more work. And then this is base res divided by 2. I don't know if that's correct, but this base res dot x divided by 2. Like, this could absolutely be a method, but at the time I made it, it was like, I knew that there was going to be a bunch of differences for each tool, but then it turned out that it was like literally only this tool that was different. I don't know if you can do, like, or can you do this for switches? No, you can't do that. I'd have to just change it to if else. But before we do anything like that, let's make sure that it works. That's the first step. All right, let's see what that does. I mean, I don't know. I don't really know if this is the source of the issue, but I think it is. I don't know why it's blinking like this. Makes no sense whatsoever. Yes, the first three cases are exactly identical. So it was correct. Or it is kind of correct. Here, this works. And this is better than it was, but it's still wrong. And oh, you can do commas? I didn't know that. I don't use switches that often. So if you take a look at how what's actually happening here, there's some sense in what's happening, right? So if I switch this over to an ATP, you can see now this works, right? And it's centered, which is correct. And that means that if I move this over to here, this is the edge of the screen then this gets moved over there, right? And over here it gets moved to the edge of the screen. And if I switch it to free aspect, it's actually doing the same thing. If I squish this down, you can see if I move it over here to the edge of the screen, it's actually on the edge of the world, because this is the texture that things are written on. So it's actually drawn in the correct place based on where I am on the screen, right? So we need to make this count as a negative. And this should be correct, right? Yeah. Doesn't like it. I found that Found the same switch Stack Overflow thing that you're looking at. Oh, right. Yeah, okay. So it's just that it's doing this, right? And it doesn't have a break, so it just keeps going. But the way these work is actually kind of weird, right? So that that's one way to do it. That's one way to do it. And that's fine. I mean, I would generally I prefer just using if-else statements, but sometimes I just use a switch, and it just happens, and I almost always regret it. Except for my my bit thing that I'm doing. Where's that? It should be here somewhere. My senior tells me to use switch in case I have 4 else ifs. I think it's really mostly just about readability, right? When it comes to code, that's like... When it comes to coding practices, 90% of the time, the whole reason it's even like something to consider is just you have other people on the team and you gotta write code that's just not a nightmare to maintain for someone else. Which my code absolutely is. It's absolutely gonna be a total nightmare for anybody else to work on this. But I'm not exactly an experienced programmer. I don't know where my bit thing is. I just wanted to look at it. Oh yeah, there it is. Here's my switch. This switch was useful. This was a useful switch. Pretty useful. Hello, Zerperson. How's it going? This is a switch that checks this. It checks this here. So these aren't really tiles that you use to draw things. Those are tiles that automatically get applied. So now this is still glitched. Like we walk inside this building here, you can see the roof gets removed, and we get this little outline here around the edge at the top. And that's what this is, right? And to get this is auto-generated. So it has to check like the tiles around itself, and then based on what it found, it has to pick one of these, and there are like 47 outcomes. So you just have to get a bit string or a byte. You have to get a byte, and then it just has to pick one of these based on that, and that's where the switch comes in. I don't know if there was any better way to do it, but that's how it works right now. Because I tried automating a lot of this for the future, or when people need to start making levels with this. Because right now, it's kind of a nightmare to work on this. Make levels with it. It's really, really rough. I have to work like this, kinda, right now. I do have a line tool here. Do that. Place that there. Needs a floor inside. You have to select this there. Needs a floor. Then it needs a roof. Roof goes there. Roof goes there. Then this needs to be a door. Vertical again. Click. Then you need to place this as a detail on tile layer 2, as vertical. Then it doesn't work. Why does it work here but not here? Does this not work? Huh? Did we just find another bug? And then it crashed because the roofs are fucked up. Anyway. Anyway. This is rendered incorrectly, or is it? Yeah, it is. Needs to be adjusted. You can see here, when it's got the right aspect ratio, it looks right. But when we change the aspect ratio of the window, it gets stretched because it's just stretched to fit, right? So it needs to take into account the size of this rect to determine what it's drawing here, which it's not doing right now. And you can see it also fucks up where you click. Yeah, just delete all the code. Just start from scratch. That would suck. My shader is roughly 4,000, 5,000 lines of code. I don't want to rewrite that. That would be sad. Very sad. Actually, time for a little break. Today's gonna be a bit weird. I usually go for a walk around now and just leave the stream on because I'm a good streamer. But otherwise, my brain doesn't work. I need a break. It just stops working. But I'm waiting for a phone call as well, which might also interrupt the stream in a while, but I'll be back in like 15 minutes to 20 minutes or something. No, actually, it'll be more. It'll be 30 minutes. No, it'll be 20 minutes. I need to go to the store, but if I do that, then I'll get my phone call when I'm at the store, and that'll... So... yeah. And just a break, because, you know, in reality, you should take a break like once every hour, because your brain starts slowing down after an hour or something, but... 2 hours, 1 hour and a half is fine. So I'll be back in a little bit. I'll see you soon.
Run through the cold of the night as passion burns in your heart. Ready to fight, a knife held close by your side. Like a proud wolf alone in the dark, with eyes that watch the world. And my name like a shadow on the face of the moon. Broken mirror, a million shades of light. The old echo fades away, but just you and I can find the answer, and then we can run to the end of the world. We can run to the end of the world.
Ho 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 ho. Oh. There we go. We are back. They're supposed to call in like 20 minutes. Oh, I shouldn't have had coffee today. What a dumb idiot. Ooh. Doesn't help. Just makes things worse. We were working on the get mouse tile position. And this is gonna be a little bit complicated. Because what we have to do is we have to get the ratio of screen to render area. It shouldn't be that bad, because we have the screen ratio here. In reality, this is kind of a non-issue, but it also isn't. It always scales to fit in the X or in the Y. So the hell should the math be here? See here, the reference ratio. What happens? it's 960 divided by 540. Then we get that, right? But what happens if... What happens when the ratio changes? So if we have 1920 divided by 540, then that goes up. So... And at the just the same, if we have 960 divided by 240, then it also goes up. So if the value is greater than the original ratio, because if we have 960 divided by 1080, then it goes down. So if the higher it is, the lower the ratio. Or the higher the screen size is compared to the width, the lower the ratio. And the smaller it is, the higher the ratio. So if the ratio is higher than the reference ratio, if screen ratio greater than... Well, that doesn't make sense either, because it's always going to be different. No, okay, this is this, right? We need... We need another ratio. Comparison ratio equals screen dot width divided by screen dot height. They have to be... has to be floats. I don't know if it's enough to just do the divisor as a float, but let's do both. Because now it's gonna say, no, you don't need to. Oh, that's very loud music. There we go. Now it's very low. But if the screen ratio is greater... if the comparison ratio is greater than the reference ratio, hello. There. And if this is greater, then we're gonna say but it actually affects it when it's less than 2. But please no. Wait, we should make this should be, let's call this an offset. Screen size offset. And the screen size offset should be so 960 divided by 540, that's 1.7774 something. Oh, it's something like that. That's 8. That makes sense. And then when we reduce the size of the Y to like 300, then we get a much higher value. So that's where we need to get the difference. So what if we do 1.778 divided by 3.2? And then we do offset equals 960 times 0.55556. Because if you think about it, if we have 960 divided by 540, and then we take 960 divided by 270, then we get that. If we then take 1.7778 divided by 3.5555556, then we get 0.5. Yeah, that makes sense. Because then this is 270 is half of the original resolution, which is 540. And that means that it would fit a whole another X next to it now. So it can fit 2 X's on the screen, because the Y has been made smaller and the X has shrunk comparatively. So now you can fit 2. That means that there's half a screen on the left and half a screen on the right. So if we make an offset, that's this. Then that's correct. So screen size offset is actually just a float. This is only for the X. That's then equals reference ratio divided by comparison ratio. And then we take base res dot x times that. And then we add that there to the x. Well, that doesn't work at all. I was so smart, I thought. I think it should maybe be negative. No. It's damn close now, though. It should be 1 minus this. That's what it should be. 1 minus. And then I think it should be plus again. Now it's gone. Man! This is how it should be, somehow. Okay, so if hold on. Okay, this doesn't make sense. Is it this simple? I didn't have parentheses here. Usually the parentheses master, I put parentheses even when it's not needed. Oh, it's extremely offset. Minus again? I mean, I'm not sure what it should be here. So we're just mashing. It's so close, man. See, the thing here is, if I do this, I multiply base res by reference ratio divided by comparison ratio. It'll be a 1, or it'll just be full base res, which is wrong, right? It shouldn't be that. Because 1920 divided by 1080 is 1.77, and 960 divided by 540 is 1.77. So if the ratio is even between the reference ratio and our current ratio, then we add the whole base resolution as offset, which is wrong, obviously. That's why I tried adding a 1. Because then if this is 0.5, then we take 1 minus 0.5, and then we get 0.5, right? But if it's 1, then we get 0. So I still think that was correct, but I think we're missing a part of the puzzle. Which is... this shouldn't be base res. This should be the current screen width. No, it shouldn't. It should be base res multiplied down by the screen ratio multiplied by the scale modifier dot x scale dot x, I think. God damn it. It's so fucking difficult. Plus. You see now? Now it's also fucked up. What was the issue? What exactly did we say? They were supposed to call 5 minutes ago. It's almost time. My phone call. When we are here, it is correct. Well, you see, when the screen ratio is correct, like this, it's the same issue as before. When it's a 69 ratio, then the mouse pointer shows the orange section here, which is the tile. It shows that correctly at the edge. But when the window shrinks, so the aspect ratio changes, then it's wrong. So here now, I'm at the edge of this screen, this side here, right? And that's what I'm trying to fix. I'm trying to just change the... I'm trying to add an offset that'll... We need to subtract part of the screen. That's what we need to do. What's the problem? I just told you! The problem is that when the ratio changes, the highlight isn't offset properly. Don't know the problem. I know the problem exactly. You don't understand what I'm saying. That is the issue. It's being offset, or it's not offset. It's just checking the position, and since the position of the mouse is 0 here, it's being rendered at 0 there. That's why I'm trying to add an offset. But the offset value is very complicated. Now, it should be subtracted. But when I do that, now it's too much, right? I think if I divide this by 2, it'll work, but... shouldn't be like that. Yes, it's only the aspect ratio that matters, because the reason for that is because the rendering space scales to the Y, right? So when the Y shrinks, so the aspect ratio changes in that direction, you get empty space on the left. But the rendering doesn't care. Like it'll still render the selection at 0 on the rendering space, while your mouse is actually at 0 in the window space, which is off over here in the empty area. So that's why I am adding an offset. I know what the problem is. I'm just trying to figure out the correct way to get the offset value. I don't know if I'm... because what I'm doing is I'm taking the intended ratio, which is a 16:9 ratio, and then I'm dividing that by the current ratio. And when you do that, you get a multiplier. And then I'm applying that to the base resolution. But the problem with that is that when the screen shrinks, the actual size of the screen is also different. So I can't use the base resolution. It has to be based on the resolution of the rendering area after it has been scaled down. And I'm not sure I'm getting the right value there. Let's just try debug logging this. What's the aspect ratio of the rendering area? It's 16:9. Hello, Ben. Let's see here. Render area scaled. 1656. Yeah. That's not the value that we want. What we want is we want to modify it by a value that is equal to the current screen.height divided by base res. But why? What do we get then? Render area scale 376. 730. Yeah, that looks much more correct. What now? It's close. It was close. As it goes down a little bit, it goes to the left, to the left, to the left, to the left, and then it comes back. That's kind of interesting. It comes back, and then it goes over to the right again. I wonder if this is still kind of incorrect. I don't think so. Math is annoying. I just want them to call already. Oh shit, Jesus Christ. Let's just try something YOLO here. Apply this down by 0.5. That's not it. Let me make fixed resolution here for 1920 540. How does it look without? There it works. And here now it's... Like I said, all it's doing is it's counting my mouse as being at 0 here. So it places the selection indicator at 0 here, right? That's all it does. And all I'm trying to do is I'm trying to subtract this area from the mouse. That's all I'm trying to do. And if we start it again, we paste it in a sprite. My math is correct because this here is the same size as the screen, right? So the logic is right. There's just something that I'm overlooking in the logic. So what I'm doing is I'm taking the size of the screen. Does this make sense? I'm taking the... Let's operate on assuming that the normal screen size would be 540. So I take the current resolution, which is then 240, divided by the target resolution, which is 540. And that gives us a value of... No, it's 270. That gives us a value of 0.5. And then I need to... because then we take the original resolution, X, the original X resolution, and then we multiply that by the value. Then we get whatever that is. 480. Then we get 480. So that's half of... That's how wide it is right now. And then we need to take the reference ratio divided by the comparison ratio. And the reference ratio is 960 divided by 540, which is 17777. And then the comparison ratio is 960 divided by 270, which is 3555555. So that's then 1777778 divided by 3555556. And then we get a value of 0.5. And then we multiply, we got 480, then we multiply 480 times 0.5. And that's what we should be adding. But right? Here, 960 times screen height divided by base res. Yeah, 270 divided by 540. Then we get that. And then we multiply that by the 0.5 we get here. But I need a 1 minus, because if the reference rate, if this is the same, like if the ratio is 69, then we get a 1, and then we're adding the full base resolution to this. So if we take 1 minus this, then it only changes if it's not the correct aspect ratio. The only thing I can think of really is that there's some other value here that needs to be changed as well. I don't think that the transform should change. The mouse position is modified. It could be something here still. When you double the width, height does not get fucked up. Why? I don't know. It just scales that way. It's just how the camera works. When the aspect changes, it scales the camera in the width. It doesn't do anything else. Because that's what's happening here. It's the camera size that's changing. If you look at it here. Mouse position in height does not get ruined. That's because it's the same reason why it comes back to this. If I get rid of the offset, it's this issue. It's the whole thing. Because again, the problem is that the black area, this is the render area. And when I move the mouse outside of the render area and move it to mouse position 0, which is the edge of the screen, then we're rendering the highlight at 0 in the rendering area. But because the rendering area is scaling based on the Y, the bottom is always the same. Like we're at 0 mouse position now. It's at 0 rendering position. Here we're at 1, or maximum mouse position, so it's at maximum rendering position. And that's why this is the whole issue, that the mouse counts as 0 here, and it's rendering it at 0. While the mouse position needs to be offset by the blank area here to push it back in here, so that this counts as 0, and this counts as 0, this counts as 1, and this counts as 1, right? That's the issue. And by 0 and 1, I mean normalized values. So 1 is maximum. Maybe they're calling tomorrow. I don't know. So what is the screen size offset right now? That could be good to know. If we set this to this, now the screen size offset is 0. If we set it to this, the screen size offset is 480. And that's 100% correct. That's exactly... Huh? Okay, so it works here. It works when this is 1920 times 540. What if we add one that's 960 times 270? Then it doesn't work. Because here it's like halfway. It should still, like, it is still correct. Render area scale is 480, which is correct. The screen size offset is 240, which is correct. So my values are correct. So the question is, where is the real culprit? Is it the mouse position? It could potentially be my mouse position calculation. Woo! Okay, phone, I'll be back in a bit. Okay, now we're back. Alright, so. And now all my energy is just completely annihilated. So there is some issue with the size, right? Because here we have to do the math to figure out what the issue is. Because here it's broken. But if it's the same ratio, but here it works, right? So it's getting the wrong value, because you can kind of tell this is halfway, right? We're halfway through, and this is half of the size of that. So there's something happening there, because this works. This works, but this doesn't work. And this, well, not that one, but this one works. The 16:9 ratio works, regardless of the resolution, but a non-16:9 ratio does not work unless the X is correct. So what is the issue with the resolution? We could do something like this. This is something I don't usually do, but it's actually a pretty good tool, I think. What key should we use? Let's say eco.f. I don't really know how this works. But basically we do this, right? And then we can... That way we can run the breakpoint on demand. So then we started with 1920 times 540. And now it works, right? We get a mouse position here. The scale modifier is 1, 1. Yeah, I guess. Is that correct? Either way, the screen size offset is 480. There's no way this is gonna tell me anything. I mean, this is right. And then we change this to that. Now it's wrong. So what happens if we look here now? Now we have a scale modifier on the mouse. But this is correct. Like, it's still correct. Who called? The hospital. All good? No, I'm terrible. Nothing new though. I've always been sick. With what? I don't know. I just feel really bad all the time. I think I have some kind of autoimmune disease or something. I have brain fog all the time. I have no energy at all for anything, ever. If I eat, like, peppers and stuff, I get a fever. I'm on a meat elimination diet now, so I only eat meat. I don't eat pepper and stuff like that, or I try to avoid it as much as possible, but you get kind of tired of it, not eating spiced meat. And it's the only thing that's helped so far. It doesn't fix it. Like, it's not even remotely fixed. It's only, like, better. I've got, like, something weird in my stomach. It feels like there's, like, a lump in my stomach somehow. So I don't know if my liver is fucked or if my stomach is scarred or something, so I don't know. Something is wrong. Been wrong for a long ass time. The tests don't show anything. The only thing that's ever shown is that I had hypothyroid, meaning an under-functioning thyroid. And I took medicine for it, and the medicine made me super sick. So I had to stop. So, and having a hypothyroid gives you, like, all of the symptoms that I have. Like brain fog, no energy, all of it. And, when they diagnosed me with it, they said that I had, like, an elevated white blood cell count, or antibody count, rather. but it wasn't like high enough for them to count it as being an autoimmune disease. So like that's the only clues that I have. Like there's just something wrong. CS degree or 12-month full stack boot camp? Can I get your opinion? I don't know, dude. I dropped out of uni. Fuck school, dude. The only reason to get a degree is if a company wants you to have one. Pretty much. So it's up to you. I always recommend learning programming on your own, just by doing something practical and going from there. It's easier to learn the theory after that anyway. It's always better to start with practical than theory, and they always do the opposite. I am self-taught. I haven't done anything like that. The only thing I ever did was I watched a platforming guide on YouTube. It was 20 minutes long, and then I picked up Game Maker, and then I just kind of went from there, just Google stuff, look at the docs. Programming is extremely easy. Like you have that's the thing. Like if you're doing C# especially, there's like nothing to learn. You can literally just watch one YouTube video more or less, and you'll know pretty much everything you need to make a full game. And anything else you might pick up on the way. Like learning C++ is harder, for sure. It has more ins and outs and things you need to know. But even then, just following some tutorial or something like a code along for making a calculator or a platformer or whatever is gonna teach you most of it. And then you'll just have to fuck up. So that's what I always recommend people to do. Just find some tutorial if you can. It's not always easy though to find one. That's like the issue, because you don't know if it's good. And some of them are like 30 videos long, and I would not recommend that. Then you might as well just go to school. Like in reality, it's more important to have a portfolio than to have a degree, I would say. But it depends on the company, right? Like some companies might just want a degree as a way to filter out people, and then you need a degree, because that's what degrees are for, right? It's just a filter. So I would always only recommend going to school if you need to, because otherwise it's just better to learn outside of school. Unless you're someone who needs school to help you, do it, then that's your situation. But otherwise, I don't recommend it. I don't think school programming is a good way to learn. Do you think I can self-teach everything that the bootcamp offers? Yeah. Easily. Dude, C# is so easy. It's literally the easiest programming language in the world. Like, it's so easy. You don't need to know or learn anything. It just works, dude. Like, if you work with Python or something like that, C# is Python, except it's not oversimplified. Like, it's at a perfect sweet spot where you don't have to worry about all the difficult things of C++. And it's still not like oversimplified to the point where you don't use brackets or it's just like a high level mess. Like it's pretty much like just it's the perfect point to get into programming for anyone. Like if I would recommend anyone where a starting point for programming, it's C#, because it's so easy to understand and get into. Like there's not much that you have to learn. You can definitely self-teach instead of going to boot camp. You just need to have discipline and constantly push yourself to improve / learn. Yeah. Make sure you make like your own schedule. Like just learning when you feel like it, that's how you fail. You have to set up like, I'm gonna do this at this time every day or these days of the week, and then you do that every time. So, but it's just not difficult enough that it's worth, especially not $4,000, dude. Holy shit, this is so easy. It's really easy, dude. Self-learning can be tough because of tutorial hell. Yeah, it's just not actually that difficult. Like the hardest part is taking the first steps, learning how to do like just basic shit. I don't enjoy C# or C. I mean, there's like a light year of difference between C# and C. C# is so easy. You can literally download Unity and just follow a platforming tutorial or something for Unity. Then you know C#. The only thing you have to learn after that is working outside of Unity. And that's also easy. You can just find some tutorial for that. Make sure it's like 2 or 3 videos long or something, like not that much. Small tasks like array problems or something. I don't understand how you don't enjoy C#. There's like nothing to not enjoy about it. It's so easy. There's like no difference between this and the other high-level languages. Everything is like plain text. It's... all I can say is I don't recommend going to school for it. Waste of time and resources, unless you want the degree. And if you do decide to go to school for it, I would do it after I've learned some. I don't know what the issue is still. Even looking at this, I don't understand what the problem is. Is it this? No, it's not this either. Because the Y still works. So the base res, it's the addition of this. This doesn't work when we go down in resolution. Right? Because the Y is still correct here. $240. I know what's happening. I know what's happening. I understand. We have to scale the offset by the scale modifier. Oh, this was X. I'm personally doing university myself, can't speak for other countries, but in Lithuania it's pretty weak. Most of it can be boiled down to you need to know this and that, assignment/exam is then and then, so you end up having to learn everything yourself anyway, just with added pressure. Yeah, exactly, that's why I hate school math, or school programming, because it's like, when I did go to uni, and they were teaching us C++, and before I dropped out, we were doing like little DOS or command prompt programs for games. Like we did battleships and we did like a casino game. This is like, everybody does this, I think, in school. And then you did that, and it took like a day. And the code was this long. And then they want you to write 10 pages about what you did. And that's like 90% of your time studying programming in school. You're just writing fucking reports that are 10 times longer than they should be about what you did. And it's just a pain in the ass. But does this work now? That works. That works. That works. That doesn't work. Fuck you! Fucking bitch! It's because we've created a second degree equation, or whatever it's called. Somehow. Fucking yeah. As you can see, right? Like, if I increase the size here, it goes up. Then this goes to the right, and when I decrease it, it moves back to the left. And then when it goes there, it moves over to the left. But this is where it gets weird, right? Like, when it becomes even smaller, it moves back again. And then it moves over there again. There's something wrong with this calculation. It's probably this, right? So, what if instead of this, we set the screen size offset to be... Alright, let's do this. Well, okay. If we do this here, and then we run it again. Spent most of my uni time drunk as fuck. Yeah, that's what most people do in uni. So as I reduce this, the screen offset becomes bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Which is kind of correct. I spend most of the semester doing jack shit and then ruining my health by pulling all-nighter after all-nighter for exams. I don't do anything because I am sick as a dog. I've been sick as a dog for 10 or like 15, 20 years. I stopped being able to like focus on reading in high school, like when I was 15, and it hasn't gotten better. It's gotten worse. I don't know how I am able to do programming with this little focuses I have, but we're making it work. I also I studied Japanese on uni level as well for a year, and I went to school like once because they had like it was just all what is it called? Well, you just got there, right? And then you sat down and you just watched the teacher go through slides, and that was it. And then you went home. So I just didn't go there because they put the slides online. So I just like read the slides like once a week, and I didn't go to school. That was programming as well. It was also like that. And I went $20,000 into debt because of it. It was great. I still haven't paid it off. It's amazing. In school, there was a child? A chill? Do you mean child? Who would piss behind a piano? What? What are you saying? How far back are we talking? Was there a child in your university who would piss behind the piano? Were you in preschool? Alright. Damn. Cool. Let's try debug logging this. I don't understand what the issue is. Just some bullshit. My childhood smells like piss. Hey, it happens. So as this goes down, the ratio goes up. But the ratio seems fine. I think there is some interaction here between the mouse position. As you see, the mouse position is massive here. Yeah, this is the problem. So what was the point of this in the camera? It was dragging the screen. And that works, right? But I don't think this is necessarily applicable to everything. Because what I'm doing is I'm scaling the mouse delta in a way that makes this work no matter what the size of the window is. But here, we need an actual mouse position. And when I scale the mouse position, the smaller the window is, the larger the range of the mouse gets. Because the way it kind of works is that for dragging, what it does is that it makes the drag count as being the same distance no matter what, by making the screen count as 960 times 540 no matter what the size of the screen is, right? So if the screen is like super tiny, it's still dragging it, let's say 10 if I drag it like this. And when I make it bigger, it's still 10 when I drag. The same distance within the rendering space. While if I use this mouse thing, or this mouse scaler that I'm using here, if I use this for the rest, what happens is that when the smaller I make this, the larger the range of the mouse position becomes. So here the mouse position is 0, and here the mouse position is 2800, because it's counting this as a 960 screen. So it's doing that this is 0, and then this is like 960, there's another 960, another 960. So this is incorrect. It's just straight up incorrect. There was a child in the hood who would throw shit at everyone. Once he got me, but I could not beat him up because he was standing in the big puddle of shit. I've tried to just suppress my childhood because it was all just dog shit. So there were definitely similar things going on there. So we need to not do this with the mouse position. What happens if we just get rid of the scale modifier there? Well, it's certainly not correct. But it should kind of be scaled like that, shouldn't it? Should. Do you have any creepy stories from your childhood? Not that I want to get into. Oh no, it's OCAB. He's coming in at my weakest moment. How could you do this to me? I have to endure his comedy muscles daily. Oh, did you bring in the backup drag? Is that what this is? The whole squad is here. Oh my god. I don't know if I can figure this out today. My brain is... We're both supposed to be working. Yeah, and I'm also supposed to be working. I don't really feel like I am, but I'm working, he isn't. Well, I question how much you're working. But you're typing that. But hey, it is what it is. And what is the problem? I'm sure it's like super easy. God. How much was the max you had? I don't know, like 80. Back in the day when I was doing pixel art and stuff, the Twitch used to rotate things around more, and you'd end up on like the art front page sometimes, and then you'd get shitloads of viewers. But usually it's like 1 or 0. Think I should get some botted viewers? I don't know if I should. I don't know if I should. I mean, I've been rated by people with like 2,000 viewers or something. on rare occasions, but they just all disappear in like 5 minutes. That's why raiding is like kind of a pointless thing. I used to think about like, or if I had viewers, I'd like try to raid cubes with them or something, but in reality, people don't really stay where they get sent, so it's like a completely pointless feature. Yeah, raiding, hosting, whatever is the same to me, but both of them are shit. Cosmetic functions. Ugh. What is the problem? My brain right now has just completely wiped everything from my memory, so I don't even know what I've done. I have no clue. No, it was before you came. You're innocent this time. Or should I say, you failed this time. There's something... It's like we're not scaling something. Maybe. Oh, don't call the Fextra Life bots, man. Don't Fextra me up. Fex me up. Okay. So, right now the screen width and the screen height. Oh, your favorite streamer almost read your comment. Literal stream sniper, dude. Living for the 1 millisecond that he gets noticed by Senpai. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's do this. What? When the mouse is here, it's at 681. Then we interrupt it there. Mouse is at 681. And the current width is 1280. 1280 divided by 2 is 640. But the screen size offset is only 562. So that's not quite right. This value should be the same as this value is right now. I don't remember how I used this value or how I came up with it, but it works here. However, I think it's wrong here. But it also isn't. Let's go back outside, and then we change this to this. Right now my mouse position is make this a little bit bigger. Right there, my mouse position is 479. Right? And the screen size offset is 480. And that's perfectly fine. Hello, Jono, how's it going? So if we change this, try to be as perfect as possible. Now the ratio is 0.5, right? And here this is 480. And then we change this to free aspect. Now this works. The ratio is 480. And if I start shrinking this, the ratio goes up 52. Now the mouse position is 540, but the offset falls behind. There's something that's wrong with the formula that at the same time is correct when the ratio is exactly 0.5. I think it's maybe when I reverse it. That would make sense. Hoping your insane boss didn't go kaput. Plus I'm rapidly losing my own mind, Roy. My own insane boss going kaput? I don't think so. You were streaming till 1 hour ago without sleep? Well, that's not that big of a deal. Who hasn't streamed for 4 million years without sleeping before? Three and a half, yeah. I don't think he's gonna wake up, but maybe. If he manages to sleep. Or if he manages to sleep, he probably won't wake up, but we'll see. So this. But it has to be that way too. Alright, let's just see what this does. Now it's the other way around, right? Like... Now, it again only works with a perfect 0.5 ratio. Anything else is... it doesn't work. So... the screen size offset needs to be... base res times screen height. This is getting scaled down, right? So let's make a float base res scaled equals this. And then we replace this with that. And then this has to be something like this. Maybe. Nope. It has something to do with that. Because the problem, right, is that when the aspect ratio is... Wait, what the fuck? Now it's 0. The lower the ratio goes, the further it flies off to the left. No, and now it goes back to the right. I've noticed other streamers using Spotify. Isn't it like copyrighted? Yeah, it is. But the rules are different for partnered streamers. I'm only affiliated, which is basically subhuman. So I can't really do that. Also, I multi-stream on YouTube and Twitch. And YouTube is a lot stricter with copyright. Twitch just kind of deals with it. I think they just kind of ignore it. Either that or they just kind of paste some organization, some fee or something. I don't know. But it's like not a real issue on Twitch. The only thing they do is they like just turn off your VODs, pretty much. If that's something you want, then because that's what they do. They basically just let you stream and it's fine, but the VODs will get muted, I think. Or at least those sections. Whenever there's a scare drive for Twitch when it comes to streaming copyrighted music, I think that's just a way to like soft reduce people doing it. So they get like less fees or something. By people self-policing. And then the rest doesn't really matter that much. Because it doesn't seem to matter. I don't know if they would. It's a little bit difficult with YouTube because they're retarded. So it's you won't necessarily get your channel suspended for doing that. You could potentially, but usually they just remove the audio or, you know, whatever revenue. If the video is monetized, then whoever is the author of whatever audio you used gets a cut or something like that. But when I was streaming last Arc, I was just grinding, doing nothing, and I was just playing music, like power metal or something. And my channel got a strike for that. But it wasn't because of copyright, it was because of fraud. I have a fraud strike on my channel for playing Lost Ark with some random music on, so I don't do it anymore because they're stupid. So that's the issue there. Now, I don't understand why, but that's what they did. I don't really mind, though. I don't mind playing some video game music. But even video game music gets you caught sometimes, because some artists have like put their old stuff up on Spotify and like licensed it under Sony or something similar. So if you listen to certain old soundtracks, it'll still get flagged. Like there's a Super Nintendo game called Seventh Saga. If you listen to that soundtrack on YouTube, you'll get muted. Hmm. Oh, my channel, it's got the same stream title though, but my channel is Robin Gaming 88. See, I'm not the only one who has a different name on YouTube. I've been meaning to change the name of this channel for ages, but I just can't think of anything. What's the difference? Being an affiliate, you just get a little bit of money from ads and, you know, subscriptions and stuff. If you become partnered, you can only become partnered if you have a bigger share or a bigger audience. You need a pretty big audience. And then you can negotiate deals with Twitch and get your own rates and stuff. Basically, you'll make more money. And you'll get recommended more via the whatever algorithms are there. Do you want to? I don't really care. I don't really like this website in the first place, but not like there are a lot of options. YouTube is even worse. I don't really stream to be big, I just stream to for the like social part of it. But honestly, the main reason is because it helps me focus. If I try to work off stream, it's like lights turned off. Like it just doesn't work. It's like the only thing that helps me stay focused. And even then, it's really barely. Should start giving away knives. Why? Why should I give away knives? That's what big streamers are doing right now. All right. Hmm. Big streamers are filthy rich. Streaming makes a shitload of money when you are at a certain percentage. We fund our games via streaming. The entire project is funded via streaming. Not my stream, but Kyle streams. He's the project lead. Streams on the Bickering Bunch on YouTube. That's basically our entire budget for our game. We pay quite a lot of people. Oh, he streams video games. They stream video games. It's just a gaming channel. The Bickering Bunch on YouTube. Yeah. They pay me, we have a musician that gets paid. We have like 5 artists that get paid. Yeah, that's about it. No, it's not like we're paid full time or anything, but I get paid to stream. I get paid to program video games. This isn't my game. This is Kyle's project. I mean, it's our project, but it's mainly his and Tyler's, who is a co-founder of the company. Yeah, good luck. And then also stream. Then also copy all the other lines of the other things that even makes it work in the first place. Yeah. Fun. Good luck. Would they get angry if you stopped streaming? No, they don't. Stream has nothing to do with them. I just do that because it helps me work. And then people who support us can come and see what's going on. Some do. Not that many people though, but some do. I do this once a week. No, I do this every day. And I work on the weekends sometimes too. I didn't do it last weekend, but... Right now I'm looking into monogame, and I'm gonna start porting the code over to monogame on the weekends. 9 to 5 game development job, pretty much. I mean, I don't get paid full time, but I try to work full time. Since we're just... I mean, I'm part of the indie startup, so... I would work more if I could, but I'm sick all the time, so it's really rough for me to work even 8 hours a day. I usually don't manage. Like, my health is total dog shit. Like, really bad. Otherwise, I would work 10 to 14 hours a day if I could, easily. But I can't. I can barely do 6. And then I try to do some art stuff after I finish the stream too. Or Kibbs as well. Or Kyle. Kyle, Kibbs, same person. Oh, Quinn hasn't started streaming yet? Man, you're stuck here with me, and I'm not even doing anything. I'm literally just trying to read the code. But I can't. So over, dude. Can't wait to see him play Half-Life 2 again. Man, that was so poggers. Same Terminator? I don't know what that means. You say? I was waiting for the FNAF game, and that low IQ fucking dumb fuck couldn't get it to work. Wow. Hate when my streamer fucks up. That the same person in regards to Kyle slash Kibbs? He's the same Terminator? I don't know what that means. The fuck-ups are all the Quinsels are there for? That's true. That's true. Like we're just waiting for him to drop something or something just explodes. It's funny. I'm denying him personhood. Okay, I understand. I think. While slightly praising his durability. Okay. Alright. Alright, let's do some math here. But first, I'm going to save my hospital time on my desktop. And then we're gonna see here. So, what are we doing? Base res scale. Screen height divided by base res. That's... Okay, so let's say we have a resolution of 1280 divided by 270. Then... Or this is the resolution. Base res is 960 by 40. Then the reference ratio is 960 divided by 540 equals 1.777778. Then we have a comparison ratio equals screen width divided by screen height, and that's 1280 divided by 270, and that's that. Then we have screen ratio equals 960 divided by screen height, 270. Equals 3.555556. And then we have scale modifier equals back to screen ratio is 3.56 divided by 1.78. For X, and then for Y it's 540 divided by 270 equals 3.56 divided by 1.78. That's 2. 2. 2. That's also 2. I think this is kind of superfluous, because I think you can always just use the Y value here, because it's always just like the same. I don't know how it reaches the same value, but it does. Then we have We then scale the base resolution of X. Base res scaled equals 960 times 270 divided by 540 equals, and that's now 270 divided by 540, that's 0.5, so it's going to be 960 times 0.5 equals 480. And then screen size offset equals 480 times reference ratio, that's 1.778, divided by a comparison ratio, which is 4.74. 1.78 divided by 4.74, that's 0.375. Times 480, 180. Hmm. I wonder if I've overcomplicated this with the ratios. I mean, I don't think so necessarily. What if we do... He's live? See ya. Bye-bye. What if we take screen width here? It still is not quite that simple, but... The mouse position is at 400 here. Here it's at 1280. No, it's not. Mouse position is 800 here. Doesn't make any sense at all. It should be at 960. Now the mouse position is at 300. Is also incorrect. Think. This is just so wrong. I feel like it would be probably better to just start over. I don't want to. I don't wanna. Oh, my ass. Oh. Oh. I wanna be fat again. Oh. It was easier to sit when I was fat. It hurts too much now. Hmm. Alright. Now the mouse is fucked up. Now it doesn't count as being up to, how did that break? Oh yeah. That has to be done. Hmm. That's because now we're literally just going by pixels, so the mouse position goes from 9 to 193. So it only goes that far up, right? That's what I was doing. I was making the mouse count as it was at 0 here and 1 here, meaning maximum. And then here it was at 0, and then here it was at 1. But that's also part of the issue, right? It still needs to do that. Right, let's do it like this. We take float scale factor equals base res dot y divided by float screen dot height, and then mouse position times equals scale factor. So now the mouse position works correctly in the Y. And now it's the same where this is that. Okay, so what is the scale factor here? Let's see here. Debug.log screen res plus screen.resolution, current resolution, size, height, width, plus comma, plus screen.height, plus scale factor, plus scale factor. See. I wonder if you can simply do it like this. Make this a vector 2, scale factor, new vector 2, base res.x divided by float screen.width. Oh. If we divide this by height instead, what do we get then? The render area is 69, then width of the render area will be screen height. It's 1.777f. Yeah. But the size of the render area isn't that interesting. I mean, actually, if you get the size of the render area, you can just subtract it from the screen size and then divide the screen size by 2. Nah, I can't read that. It's too much for my brain right now. Gotta go. Alright, dude. Don't get killed by the boss. But it did help a bit. As long as we can figure out what the current render area is. That means that we do just go back to this scale factor again. I think it should be the opposite. It should be current height divided by base res. Because then if it's 270 divided by 540, then we know that current scale is 0.5. Well, it depends what you're doing with the scale, right? Because we're using the scale to reduce the or change the mouse size, so no, it should be like this. And once we know that, then we can say float scaled width equals base res dot x divided by scale factor. Think so. Let's say our current screen is 270 divided by 540. Then we take, that's 0.5. Then we take 960 divided by 0.5. That's 1920. Wait, hold on. Oh, that's not quite right. Base res, it's 540 divided by 270, that's 2. Yeah, okay, I did it the wrong way around. So then you do 960 divided by 2, that's 480. So then we know that our scaled width is 480. Then our offset is gonna be offset equals green dot width minus scaled width divided by 2. And then we try just adding that in there. Was the division too much? This should not be correct. It's not. Yeah, no, this is wrong. Oh man. Okay. What if we try doing screen height times base res.x divided by base res y. How about now? No. That's not... That doesn't make sense. That might have explained it. Should work now. It should work. Like that looks like it should be right. Divided by 2. And dividing it by 2. No, it's screen height. Why is this such a headache? It's the fact that there are like different scale factors for different resolutions that makes it kind of tricky. But like the scale factor has to be involved. Let's see. 270 divided by 540. That's 0.5. So, the width should be base rest dot x times scale factor, right? And that should just work, in my opinion. My God. No? This is just like super correct, in my opinion. Like, what is the fucking problem? It's just correct. It should be divided by 2. That's it. I don't see what the problem is. Okay, so put the mouse here. It's because I'm scaling the mouse. So let's scale the offset as well. Ah, finally it works. It seems. 950, it works 950. 1920, it works there. Works there. It works there. Works in all of these settings. Okay. Thank God, finally. Holy shit. I'm going to settle for that for today. Finally got that working. This one was a lot less complicated than this one, but it was still mostly the same. But before I was trying to do it only with ratios, but just grabbing the screen width is just easier than calculating the actual screen ratio. So yeah, that works. Um, so tomorrow we're gonna try to fix the units, because I think that's gonna be pretty simple. It might just be this again. But all the units are rendered at an offset based on the screen. It's that simple, so whenever you move the camera, their offset changes, and that offset needs to be scaled. I think that's really all there is to it. I think that's gonna be really simple, so. But then again, I thought this was gonna be pretty simple too. But it was a fucking nightmare. Anyhow. I'll be back later tonight. I'll stream some more Against the Storm. I think I'm gonna play that game until I get tired of it. I don't really know what else to do, so. Anyway, until later, thanks for hanging.